There you go, baby, so you're not in the dark. Finish. Newsletter. Clean hands for that portion. Okay. I need to sit up higher. I guess we're gonna be standing. It's probably better if I stand actually, because then that way I'm not slacking off if I'm not standing. Let's see. Hands are dry. My hands are so dry right now. Let's see. Where's my lotion? Let's see. Hello, how are you? Hello. Thank you for joining. Hello. Thank you for joining. How are you this evening? I'm doing pretty well. Not too bad. I can't complain. I just need to get some work done, and I figured I would be a little bit more motivated if I stayed live, and that kept me more focused doing it, staying awake, preventing me from wanting to just sit down and go to bed. Hello. I'm doing pretty well, thank you. How are you? Thank you for asking. Good morning. Good morning to you. Is it morning where you're at? It's evening here. No French. No français. No français. Unfortunately, I used to. Can you help me with work? I wish somebody could help me with work, but unfortunately, this is all stuff I've got to manage. So, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. How are you guys this evening, morning? What time is it where you're at? Because here it's almost 9 o'clock in the evening, 9 p.m. Hello. How are you? Canada? That's not too far away. We're neighbors. I guess country neighbors. you from? I'm from good old US of A. Said I'm in Boston. I'm not in Boston. What makes you think Boston, though? I'm curious. I love you too. I guess we can spread love. I guess we'll do it that way. Spreading love. Uh, hmm. Oh, because you said I said we're close. Yes. Well, I mean, like Canada and we're still on the same like continent. If that makes sense. So we're neighbors in that way, and also it depends where in Canada, because Canada is also a very big place, and there's a lot to Canada. So Canada could be like really close to me, or it could be really far away from me. Thank you, thank you. What's my name? Just Nat. Trump love to have it as the 51st state. How do you feel about that if it was the 51st state? I don't think so. I don't think it ever happened. I feel like some people just maybe didn't get enough attention as a child, and it manifests in different ways when you are, as an adult. So I just see it as that sometimes, like certain behaviors are just love your hair. Thank you. What is something that you're excited for this weekend coming up? How are you? Thank you. And bless you. How are you? Bonjour. Hurry up. Hurry up with what? That's a little rude to say hurry up. There's nice and mannerful ways to say things sometimes. What would you like me to hurry up with? And hello. I'm doing pretty well, thank you. For, that is a lot. Hold on. I can't see. That's the good news. Something. I can't. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. I see. Only work. Thank you. Yeah, I have to finish making a newsletter right now, and that's what I'm trying to do, is type out this newsletter. And aside from the newsletter, I also have to update a few website things. So that's what I'm doing at the moment, but honestly, like making a newsletter and putting that together is not something that I want to do. It's easy, but it's not what I would like to do. Of course. Sonic 2011? I have no idea what's going on. But thank you for the compliment on my hair. I appreciate it. Come here, sweet girl. What are you doing? Pup pup. My dog is down below, but she's resting on my leg right now. Oh, that's a lot of baby. But I am in India. Oh, that's very, very, very far away. I like this piece here. J. Johnny? Arbaru, I have no idea what you're talking about at this moment, but yes. Am I about 28 years old? You're close. You're very close. Please don't do that to your sister. Don't do that to her. Thank you. Ah, what's my age? If I say my age, then... oh, thank you. If I say my age, my hair will turn back. It'll turn... I don't know. Give me 2 seconds. Come here, puppy. You want a treat? Let me give you a treat, girlfriend. Okay. Thank you for stopping by. Have a great evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you're at. You're in Spain. Hello from USA. Do I have a boyfriend? I do not have a boyfriend, but that does not mean that I'm looking for one. Thank you. And I hope you guys are having a great day so far and start to your weekend. Yeah. Hopefully you guys have finished out your work for the day. You're able to start doing some activities. What do you have going on for the rest of your day? I'm seeing nice to see my face. Thank you. Sometimes I wish I could see you guys and it could be like a two-face interface, but also that's a little scary, wouldn't it be? Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sure. How's it going? It's going pretty well. How's it going for you? Thank you. How's it going? Too bad there's no way of seeing each other. Yeah, that's true. I mean, some of you guys could have a little bit more audacity and just post yourselves on your actual YouTube channels, but I'm just saying. The internet is the internet really that scary of a place for some people? I feel like there's a lot scarier in real life than the internet. Internet, yes, it can be scary depending on where you go looking, but thank you. Thank you, thank you. God bless you. Bye. Have a great evening. Jesus loves you too. Thank you. But also, I hope you guys are having a great evening, a great day, wherever you're at, whatever you're doing, and preparing for the weekend. Obviously, be safe whatever you do. And always take care of yourselves as you go through things. What month is my birthday? February. The second month of the year. Oh, well, happy belated birthday. That was a couple days ago. I would sing happy birthday to you, but I'm not necessarily the best singer, and with this playing in the background, I don't know how well happy birthday is going to go with that. Let me skip to the next one, because that's a little aggressive right now, as much as I love that piece. 17? You said, what is this music? Classical music. Seventeenth of February? It is not the 17th of February. I am almost done with this newsletter. And then after the newsletter, I have to print books off. Just guessing. Yes. But that's not a bad guess. Thank you. Can I sing? I cannot sing. I'm a pianist, but not a singer by any means. Am I a composer? I do compose sometimes, but I'm more of a performer and player than I am a composer, and I do a lot more teaching as well too. So I own a music school and I teach full time. And so I also practice a lot, perform, things like that. That's mostly what I do. That's my bread and butter. I love listening, and I love listening to classical music. I have no idea what you're talking about, John Smith, but you're welcome to have a Kit Kat bar if you need one. Did you eat today and did you get some sleep? Take a nap, maybe. Can you play Jerry Lee Lewis? I cannot play Jerry Lee Lewis. Not that I can't play Jerry Lee Lewis. It's more of I'm more familiar with classical repertoire. And if you don't like that, frankly, there's other boats you can float in. I'm just saying. It doesn't hurt me. You love Klaus Badlet? What style of music is that? I actually generally like listening to almost all styles of music, so I listen to everything. But just as far as like what I play, practice, and perform is mostly classical repertoire. It's my main focus and study. You can't, but the background music you can't what? I have, what? Excuse me? Just because y'all don't know what the background music is doesn't mean I can't enjoy it. And this is Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. You said classical's yes, because I'm trying to also work at the same time. Like, I'm talking to you guys, but I'm also, like, getting work done. And classical is my work. That literally is my job. I spend time learning classical repertoire. Clean like a whistle. I'm not the best whistler, but I can kind of whistle. I wish sometimes I see those like really cool people that do like the full-on artistic whistling, singing. I wish I could do it that clean, but No, but I can make you, maybe. Careful what you say, careful what you wish for, careful what you ask. I'm just saying. I can tell you ain't. What are you talking about? all you focus on in life? I feel like that's, bless you, honestly. I feel like that's a pitiful existence to only focus on things in black and white. Or just everything is. Maybe you should get out a little bit more. I don't know. Spend some time outdoors. Take a vacation. You should take a vacation, get some fresh air. Probably turn off the TV for a little bit. Also, stay away from alcohol. What did you have to drink for this evening? I've got water to stay hydrated. I added a little bit of Mio and some lemon juice to it. But hydration is important. Drink some water. Hydrate your brain. Hello. Rum. See, that explains why some of you guys say the things that you say. Bougie drink. Water is a bougie drink. Water's bougie. That explains it. Maybe you should not drink the tap water. North Street drives too much sadness where I live. That's good. Stay clean. Stay motivated in life. We're gonna go a little forward because this is making me anxious. This song is a little crazy. Tap water has essential minerals. Says who? Big Uncle Sam told you that? Okay. Mixed in with that minerals, you're gonna get some dosage of lead and whatever else. So yeah. Da 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 da. Ba, 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 ba. I like this piece. I don't know if you can tell. Dun, dun, dun. Thank you. You're doing night watch. Oh, that's kind of cool. Does it get pretty boring when you're doing night watch? You said, am I working on music? Kind of, sort of. I'm kind of multitasking, so I'm working on a newsletter right now and finishing that out. And then I need to print off, I have some books and stuff that I need to actually print off and get prepped over there because I brought my printer from my office. And then I'm printing off some music in manuscript paper. Stuff like that for students more so, not for me. But you said what? No. With mineral tap water also get entire microbial diversity? Yeah, exactly. So I don't really necessarily trust the tap water. Maybe if you have a filter on it. Thank you. And, a lot of people to talk to. Can I send you $500 everybody can absolutely send me $500. You can also just donate to the school. I more so would appreciate people donating to the school because that goes towards youth education and youth music education, and it provides lessons to those who are interested in music and maybe don't have the resources or access to it. What's my Cash App? See, I don't know if I'm comfortable giving out Mr. the tag, but he said I'll send you money. You can also just visit the studio website. I think the link is in my bio, but I know he's not gonna send it. If you've not noticed, I've been pretty quiet and not said anything. But anyway. We're gonna go to the next one. My Cash App is technically empty, also. I don't really use Cash App. I feel like every time somebody does Cash Apps, will you move to pay? Pay? What's pay? I don't even know what pay is. Why don't you have a man? What did you do? What's your obsession with people having men or not in their lives? Why can't somebody just be liking to live their life? Maybe my focus wasn't finding a man in life. Maybe my focus was on other things. My focus in life has not been on relationships, mostly. Primary focus has always been music. Because you look so single. Even if I did, fantastic. Good. Info. What did you have to drink this evening? Also, John Smith. You should stay away from alcohol. It's not good for you. Hi, I'm from Russia. Hello from Russia. I cannot type correctly right now. I feel like, I drink green tea. Green tea with vodka or something? Why is so easy women can get a man, us men have a hard time? I feel like both sides in general and most people in general just lack accountability. It has nothing to do with necessarily men or women. And at the same token, there's a lot some people can do and everybody can do to improve themselves and take that effort to improve themselves to attract the person they want to attract. Now, that's kind of up to you in a way, and you also have to put yourself out there. You know, if you're limiting yourself, and like me, I like to stay indoors and I like to work. Thank you so much. And maybe I'm a workaholic, you could say that, but it's something I enjoy doing, and I enjoy playing music, and I enjoy practicing, and being in my peace and quiet with my pets, and going outdoors in wilderness, nature. That's what I like doing. So, am I gonna find somebody? More than likely not in that type of environment. But if I'm going out and I'm putting myself in an environment to find somebody, sure. A lot of women want rich guys. I'm not. I make 58. You probably shouldn't go around telling people how much you make. That's the first one. Probably a big mistake too. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. May I inside a movie? You might be inside of a movie, you never know. Who knows what happens after life? What if after life, you go to that moment in your life, you're passing on, and then they tell you it was all just a film. Now you get to actually go through a real experience. That'd be cool. Cool hair tool. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you, drawing from imagination. I like your name as well too. I keep forgetting. No, I have to put the no, actually this is fine. I'll put that there. Seems like a genuine. Unfortunately, I don't know English. I don't understand what you're saying. Really, I'm writing this text through Google Translate. I wish I could say something back, but unfortunately, I don't know how to speak Russian either. But I appreciate it and thank you. You could have any man you want on this earth, dear. I wish that was true. I am from the USA. Yes. Big ol' grand US of A. We're gonna skip past this one because this one also gives me anxiety. But I do like Bald Mountain, Night on Bald Mountain. But it's kind of like anxiety inducing for me right now. Can't do that. Let's fast forward. This is still Night on Bald Mountain. I don't even have to give up on this. I feel like you have more concerning problems in your life, Sir John Smith. But bless you, and I hope you find some peace and healing in your life. Do you ever play piano on live? I usually mostly play piano on live. That's most of my lives. So you've caught me on one of my off days of me doing not piano stuff on live. And I'm sorry for that. But yes, you can. I mostly come on here to do my practice sessions and like actually playing. This evening I'm just doing some more like tedious work and figured since I was listening to classical music, I would join on a live and chit chat with you guys as well too. You're leaving. Well, take care of yourself, John Smith. So, thanks for stopping by. How far? Oh, we're up to the next piece. That should be good. What is this? Let's find out. It is. What is this? Oh, Greek. We're still in Greek. Sweet. Greek is nice, but I'm gonna go to the next one. That's Handel. Beethoven, Symphony Number 7. Let's see. Oh, I love that. Yes, let's. It's a little quiet, but I actually like this one, so we're gonna do this one. Fun. Hello. Hello, hello. It does get a little louder because it's Beethoven, and every time there's like a Beethoven's endings and his climaxes do get pretty loud, and I know he likes feeling that rhythm and that bass. So it stays quiet in the beginning, but how long have I played? Your shorts are impressive. Pretty much my whole life. My mom was a piano teacher, so she taught me very young how to start. Beethoven has zero chill. Beethoven did at times, but I more so enjoy playing Elkin and Liszt and like Tchaikovsky and Camille Saint-Saëns. Those are all like ones that I enjoy. Chopin is okay, but honestly, I prefer like again like Liszt and Elkin over Chopin. Don't worry, artist, we'll take care. I'm from US of A. It's getting louder. Liszt over Chopin, hot take maybe. Okay, so here is my issue with Liszt. Liszt does a lot more arrangement work versus originals. So Liszt, while yes, it can be extravagant, it's showy, it's piano athleticism, and you know, there's intricacies to it. And it's fun to learn, but I feel like not that Liszt is necessarily a one-trick pony, but it's kind of when you've kind of looked through a lot of his transcriptions, you'll see a lot of the same techniques kind of used through. And I mean, that's you could say that for any composer necessarily. But yeah, I wish Liszt had a bit more original works rather than arrangements, transcriptions. Chopin, on the other hand, does have a lot more original works, but I also feel at times Chopin can be a little unnecessary at times with the delicacy, maybe. Thank you, I appreciate it. Chopin. I do like playing Chopin, but there's times where, again, I feel like some of it is just kind of awkward for the hand. He does go kind of hard on the space between the notes. Yeah. Chopin kind of can at times, and there's moments where it can be a little excessive for the piece, but I do appreciate it. You can ask me, what is your favorite pianist? Hmm. Bum, 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 bum. Da, 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 Humans used to make silent movies with only music. That's because, hey mom, how are you? um, that's because humans are a expressive. Humans gravitate towards expressive language and emotional language, and music is an expressive emotional language, and it's a way to communicate not just your feelings, but it's a great way to also communicate moments in your life and also memories that you have. And music is a great way to trigger that. Hello, hello. Thank you for joining the live. Beethoven's pieces also, there's moments. I appreciate Chopin doesn't have as many repeats, repetition-wise, through his pieces. There's times where Liszt can be a little repetitive in those pieces too. That's the other difference. But I enjoy playing both of them. Maybe I enjoy Liszt slightly more, but that's just because Liszt's arrangements that he has, I really like some of those artists. So, hello. You said, I love you. Well, I appreciate that. Love having playlists of music for state triggers. It helps so much with learning. Yes, that, on top of that, music can be great for helping a lot with diffusing just mentally stress from the day. Music is a great way to manage your emotions as well, and also work through your emotions and your thoughts. So, I don't know. And classical music has a lot of depth to it. I appreciate that when you're learning and playing classical music, and especially on the piano, there's so many avenues that you can take learning-wise, and there's no end to it. So you just keep going. Like the next composer, has different tricks to learning and techniques. Always in music. I am always in music. Like I just live fully, functionally in music. You could say I'm obsessed. You could say that I am fanatic about music. But I do. And it isn't just classical music. I really do appreciate other types of music. I do appreciate other, like other forms and styles. I just work with classical. That's just like my, like as far as career and work-wise goes. So it's my day-to-day more so. Doesn't mean I won't jam out to other stuff. I just like classical. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Some people need a little bit more happiness in their life. And we're not going to listen to this dramatic piece right now. Thank you. I believe this is Mozart. Let me see. Who is this? This is Mozart! I was right. I can listen to a piece sometimes and know who it is. So cool. Mozart, you're being a little dramatic right now, and I can't handle that. Thank you. The next one is Mozart as well, too, part of the same Requiem, which is a little dramatic as well, too. Ooh. Ooh. No, actually, no, I don't want to do that one, because that one's that's a bit dramatic. Dies Irae is definitely dramatic, so we're not doing Dies Irae, or we're not doing the other one. Let's just go back to this. I'm gonna stand right here because I don't need y'all seeing my recommendations. Thoughts on. Hold on. I can't read that right now. I don't know what's in Okay. We can do. Actually, yes. I like sing songs, so we'll listen to this one. Are you Storm from X-Men? Maybe, if that's what you believe me to be. Thoughts on Jan Tiersen? Jan, I mean, I admired all pianists, so I don't think I have necessarily an opinion on artists in a way that, like, it's more about just the expression of the piece itself is what I listen for, rather than trying to compare artists. I can appreciate different representations of pieces. There's some where maybe but I feel like it can be hit or miss depending on the performer. So, example, there's some pieces that really stick with. Huh? I hope you find some peace and healing in your life. Hello. Thank you for joining. You big, no big. It's always randos in chat that got the most to say. I don't know what you're talking about. But I hope, again, you find some peace and healing. Am I single? Am I married? You must know female friend of mine, Martha Arkrich? I do not know Martha. Back to music. Back to music. I'm always working on music. I'm still working. I'm just finishing this out still. It's been an hour. Actually, a little less than an hour. So many of these classics have been used in animation. I can't help but visualize randomly swooshy movements while listening. Yeah, a lot of it has been used in animations as well too. Who am I from? I'm from my mom, but I think everybody's from their mom. Zoom body. Show us your body first. Eyes are the windows to soul, therefore you shouldn't fake them with colored contact lenses. That's too bad. You would look much prettier with your natural eye color. You know, you would look much better if you minded your business. But we can't talk about that on here. Sometimes it's good to look in the mirror. I like this, da 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 da. We're gonna listen to some Camille Saint-Saëns, some dance macabre. I got into art decades after starting piano, so music is the base to draw. What is your favorite, what is your favorite, I guess, classical piece to, or maybe something that you want to, like, animate to, like a piece that you're like, this is my opus magnus of wanting to draw something art related to? Dan, I'm gonna wish you peace and healing in your life, and God bless you. May you find some peace and serenity. Hey, can you shadow or channel Quinn and Ryder? Can you shadow or channel Quinn and Ryder? I don't know what you mean by that. People are definitely always going to be something in chat. Some people, again, just need attention. And maybe they just didn't get it enough of it in their life. And I wish them well. You know, honestly, I don't get bothered by it too much. People are always going to have an opinion in their life. And frankly, I don't let other people's opinion affect my life. So, there's moments and times where I allow people's opinions to affect my life, and that's more so if it's beneficial and more so helpful. Hey, what about electric guitar? Electric guitar? I don't know how to play electric guitar, but I really enjoy listening to electric guitar. I listen to sometimes some neoclassical music, which will have some like metal mixed in with it. You look like a Disney character in a good way. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Good evening. I'm new and I've subbed. Thank you so much for subbing. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you're having a great afternoon, evening, morning, wherever it is that you're at. Well kept. Thanks, Lee. Claire de Lune. I can appreciate Claire de Lune, but there are some... Sorry, that's a bit loud. There are some classical pieces that I feel are a bit overused and overplayed. That's a fusion, I guess. Folk fusion. It is a fusion. Sometimes I enjoy fusions just because, again, I think when you're able to take something and mold it into another form of art, it's interesting, creative. There's many different types of music I listen to, again, not just classical. But for this evening, it's going to be classical. All the way in South Africa. It's 3 in the morning. Why are you up at 3 in the morning? You should get some sleep. Sleep is important. It's healthy for you. It keeps our bodies regulatory and our brains functioning. Helps us appreciate life a bit. We can see the finer things and appreciate the nicer things in life. I think about it sometimes, like when I've not gotten a good night's sleep, you know, you wake up and you're like almost mad at the birds outside for singing. When that's something that they're supposed to do just because you have to wake up and you're tired. But when you give your body that time to rest and you get some sleep and then you wake up and hearing, you know, nature do its thing and the normal functions of life don't become irritating and You know, there's some peace. I'm working on music for Latrice Sejon from Kingdom Hearts Piano Collections. Currently can't get enough of it. I really do appreciate Kingdom Hearts and like Final Fantasy music. I would say for video game music in general, Final Fantasy, Nobuo Uematsu probably is one of the best modern day composers for video game music. Like, I would say hands down. And yes, there are some respectable creators out there for video game music, but Nobuo Uematsu, I give a lot of credit to. I appreciate your energy plus the things you speak about. You don't notice I will be learning. Oh, thank you. She's not into classical music. That's not her job. She likes it and she's never played piano. Erin, do you want a cookie? I can give you one. I don't have cookies. I have peanut butter M&Ms. I can share those though. You probably need a snack. A snack and a nap. And maybe a hug from your mom to tell you that she loves you. I will never pull off Genova so hard. I like that one too. She's on here for different reasons. What's your reason for being on here, Erin? You're a troll? I'm feeding the troll, but I tried offering you a cookie. Do you want popcorn? I usually don't feed trolls, but I'm offering you cookies or popcorn if you would like to stay. But you need to behave yourself. Because if you misbehave, then I'll have to give you a boot from my stream. I'm just saying, Erin. I don't usually do that to people. I don't like booting people. I'm not usually mean like that. Not that it's a mean thing to boot somebody, but it's the internet. I don't feel like people should be restricted necessarily from the internet. You should be able to join a live. And I also do think that you should be able to express your commentary on a live. But be respectful about it sometimes, you know? I'm a complete stranger. You don't know who I am. Besides, what if I was like your next door neighbor and then I figured out who you were? You might be a little scared at that point. Right on, exactly. And it's a small world. Isn't that what Disney tells us? It's a small world. Well, I asked you if you knew me. You didn't give me an answer. Yeah, I don't have to give you an answer on that. Maybe I do know you. And would that make a difference if I did? Hello from Russia. Hello from Russia. Many people would have booted him out by now. You're patient. Yeah, pretty much. Again, like I said, I am not bothered by other people's opinions and or negative opinions and viewpoints of me. I've learned in life that everybody, absolutely everybody on this earth is going to have some sort of stigma or opinion on some random person that they don't know just based off of sight. And so I can't change myself or my beliefs or my opinions or how I go about in my life just because some random person doesn't like that I have blonde hair. And listen to classical music. You know, I've got other things to worry about. Most people would have booed. You know, honestly, here's the other thing too. Most of these people don't have the audacity to actually say it to somebody's face. So, example, if we were on the street outside, you you'd never walk up and say that to somebody. You could think it in your head all day. Most of y'all wouldn't walk up and say that. Again, you don't know how the other person's gonna respond. Do we still have artists today? There's artists, but there's far and few in between. I would say we have more so puppets rather than artists. We've basically transformed puppetry to actual people and put them on a stage in costumes and wigs and makeup and, put them on commercials. And then they sing about boy problems and girl problems and how they can't, get their, I don't know, their dance moves on in the middle of the night. And it's brainless, useless stuff. So, but sometimes trolls are better than sugar-coated comments. Yeah, sometimes I can appreciate trolls for that. And they do make life a little interesting because, I think it's funny because I don't fault people and I don't get mad at it when people do have harsh comments or say something kind of out of line. It just kind of does bring out the humanity a little bit and the fact that, yeah, people have disgusting thoughts sometimes in the back of their heads. And, most of the time people don't say it out loud. But sometimes I appreciate trolls saying it out loud to give you that reminder of, that's a human thing that people have bad thoughts, stereotypes, and thoughts on people when they see them. And they put it in the back of their mind and maybe don't say it out loud. But, if they feel comfortable enough to say it online and out loud, more power to them, I guess. I gotta put this here. I don't know if that's the right one, but that might be. Oh, yeah, that is the right one. Cool. Point is, we were talking about music, and that's good. You said, but sometimes, isn't it usually a reflection of what they're going through themselves, essentially? Essentially, yeah. So that's also why I have patience with it, and I just have more of a gentle approach of just saying, bless you. Because this life is already hard enough for most people. Like, it doesn't, nobody needs to add to it, and frankly, I feel like I'm in a well enough position in my life that I can share that level-headedness of just being patient and calm and spreading a little bit more, I guess, just grace to people. I don't necessarily even say the term patience, because nothing wrong with the term patience, but I like grace because would you expect the same grace from others? No, I don't expect it back. No, not at all. That's why I say I'm blessed and thankful to be in a position where I feel I can give grace to others, and I don't expect it back from people. But I don't feel like I feel like that's maybe a step one issue of people shouldn't have expectations. I don't know. The fact that people walk into a scenario with certain expectations, it's like people are people. So, I don't go in with expectations often. And I just hope that, people will do well and present that. But that's not an expectation necessarily. It's just a hope. Back in the mind. See scenarios going certain ways. Yeah, I don't know. Life is hard enough as is. So, I hope that, You say hope. Nice. I know, hope is one of those terms that feels useless and maybe childish. But, we're all here. We all have a purpose. And I guess because we're not in each other's lives necessarily, you know, I'm not a participant in your life, just as you're not necessarily an active participant in my life. So I guess when we say hope, it's putting the thought of somebody else's life in your head. But because we can't exactly put each other in our shoes and in our place, all you can do is hope for something versus, you know, you can wish for that. You can say wish, but wish is the same thing as hope. You believe in hope. LOLs are the idea of hope. Yeah. I think hope is a useful tool. Life is cold, have fun, enjoy till you can. Life is balanced and perfect the way it is. Without the negatives that exist in life and the harshities of it and the unanticipated nastiness of life, we wouldn't be able to have those beautiful moments and we wouldn't be able to have those times that we can really genuinely cherish. Hello, and vice versa. If you don't have those bright, you know, cherishing moments, how are you to appreciate those if you don't necessarily have those moments of suffering and tribulation and trial, you know? And how do you grow if you don't have that pendulum to swing back and forth to know where to go? So, life itself, I don't blame necessarily, but I do think that there could be some more. That's called equilibrium. Equilibrium, yeah, you could say that. I think, yeah, equilibrium, balance, having that, so it builds character, helps us understand what others could potentially be going through, and makes us grateful for what we have. Absolutely. Absolutely. Therapy for me, I'm always angry learning. This is pretty smooth for me. Totally different than listening to calm. Felt interesting. Thank you for it. Oh, you're welcome. And actually, thank you. I feel like we're both maybe learning stuff, and generally, maybe because I don't come on here often to talk about my thoughts and opinions, I'm usually on here playing and just sharing music. So, you know, this is actually kind of cool to be able to go back and forth, have a discussion in the chat. Yeah, I think there's a fine line with anger and rage and passion. And sometimes when you have all of that anger and it's boiling and penning up, it can easily turn into rage, which is something that can maybe be dangerous. And rage is that moment where it's like uncontrolled and, you know, you lose control and you feel like you're not human anymore. And then you have that moment of regret after. But sometimes I like turning my anger into passion instead of rage and trying to funnel it there. Hello. Thank you for joining. Get off here. How about you get off of here? It's not very nice to come on somebody else's thing and tell them to get off. Is that how you talk to strangers usually? Do you think someone who hasn't struggled in their life can build character? Absolutely. Everybody in this life has choices. Absolutely everybody has a choice. There are some people who maybe their choices are a little bit limited based on what they have access to. But every decision you make in your life from a day-to-day basis is a choice on your behalf. The contrast of the beautiful music is against the ugliness in the chat. Yeah, that could be a good example. So, essentially, what is struggle? Well, I think struggle could be characterized as somebody's overall growth in life. You know, you could surmise that somebody who maybe hasn't struggled. Well, actually, no, I don't think that's true necessarily. It depends. Because human nature has a lot of different coins to it. You said you remind me of my sister. She talks to me just like this. Well, that's kind of a nice compliment. I'm glad I remind you of your sister. Struggle can look different ways for many different people, but I do think that there are some people who are comfortable inflicting pain and struggle on others. And can that generate a cycle of it in people? It can generate a cycle, but again, everybody has that choice at the end of the day. And I think sometimes we forget that when certain things happen in life, and when life does its stuff, we still have a choice at the end of the day on how we react and perceive, that happening. And yes, it's not to say that some things aren't tragic, and yeah, they can be tragic. But again, you have control over absolutely how you respond to everything in life. I feel sad for people when they say that they don't have that control, because that makes me think, who put them in a position that they feel that they're powerless and that they don't have that autonomy to control the decisions in their life. It's like, no, we absolutely all at the end of the day have a choice and decision, and every step of the way. I made plenty of choices very, very early on that put me where I'm at today, and I'm grateful for that, and I would never look down on anybody else for their decisions or their life. Look up Bulma, and you look just like her. I have no idea who Bulma is. Is it a famous person, a character, or a bat? So if you look at the dictionary, it says to make forceful, violent efforts to get free of constraint. For what? That's a Dragon Ball Z. You could say that. But then you have to define what is constraint. Because, like, sure, like when we're talking about struggle and then we say, like, you're forcefully getting out of something. But when we talk about constraint, there's different types of constraint in life. You could talk about financial constraints. You could talk about ecological constraints. You could talk about physical constraints. So there's a lot of different parts. So I think there's different types of suffering. And it's not that one outweighs the other in any capacity. But I think it's more so defined by your level of growth coming out of the struggle versus it being defined on the type of struggle that you're going through. I also really try to focus, at least my personal life, on how I treat others, really just even on smaller scale, and I really try to focus a little bit more on that just because of the fact that they always talk about, you don't necessarily know where life is going to take you. You don't know what's going to happen in life. And you can come across somebody that you maybe think that is going to be a once in a lifetime thing, that you'll never see this person again, and that might not be the case necessarily. Something narrow on my crush. So constriction is like me. But yeah, I just, I think everybody should be careful on the way up, because you never know where life is going to take you. And sure, you could be in a place where you feel like you're in a hole that you can't get out of, but who's to say necessarily 10 years down the line that you're not in a place that you're level-headed, successful, you're achieving, certain things that maybe you had in your subconscious that you were working towards. And when you get to that goal and you look back, it's like sometimes I see where I would like to go with the life, and I try to look back and make sure that along the way and along the journey, whoever I met and whoever I interacted with, was the experience with them a pleasant one or an unpleasant one. I don't expect all of my experiences to necessarily be pleasant with everybody. I mean, that's the human experience. But I would rather make more pleasant experience going through life with people rather than making miserable experiences. She looks like an appetite sexy. Okay. Hi. Hello. Thank you. Take care. And thank you for listening. And I hope you have a wonderful evening and weekend. Take care of yourself. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. She's barely blinking. I know, because I got big eyes. And not that I'm a slow blinker, but I kind of do like a half blink a lot of times. Another question, if you may. Please define imagination to me in my terms. Imagination. Imagination is, I would say, the ability to conceptualize. And conceptualization can look different as well, too. Sometimes you can conceptualize based on feelings in the body, and then sometimes you can conceptualize by getting a picture in your head, but intelligent people glow. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Are you naturally blonde? I am not naturally blonde, but this isn't actually really blonde. It's actually more silver than it is blonde. Everybody keeps saying blonde, but it's actually more of a silvery gray / it was white a couple weeks ago, but it's been toning itself out a little bit. Where does our perspective come from? Perspective? Our perspective comes from consciousness. Consciousness gives us the ability to then have perception. So sometimes, I guess you could say, when somebody doesn't have an imagination or is non-imaginatory, that in a way that, and they're not able to perceive things, some people could say that that person maybe is soulless or they're dead inside. I think she's more of an avatar. You have great singing. Thank you so much. Please look up Bulma. Tell me if you see it. Fine, I'll look at... Okay. You've convinced me. You've asked. You said this is... Okay, hold on. From Dragon Ball. Maybe. I could see that. Maybe I could see that. But I feel like Bulma has blue hair, whereas I don't have the blue hair. I like this piece, but we can't listen to this right now because it's gonna get copyrighted out the stream. So, sorry, for this one. I do like that piece, but we're gonna have to change it to a different one. I like this one. We're gonna listen to it. And I'm going back to the beginning. It's Camille Saint-Saëns Piano Concerto No. 2, because I'm learning it right now. Eyes, what? What? Maybe she's a fairy. It could be a fairy. 33 seconds! They said I can skip the ad in 33 seconds. What? Okay, I'll give it 33 seconds. That's tragic. Or I can send it to my phone. Sometimes, maybe I'm not a fairy, but sometimes maybe I'm an alien. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't born here, of this planet, of this world. Who knows? And we're gonna go to the very beginning of this whole concerto, because I love this concerto. I just don't like the second movement as much. Sorry, I don't enjoy the second movement as much. But I do like the first and the third movement of this whole concerto. And I'm turning it up. If consciousness is the root of perception, what about imagination? Sorry, I typed it twice. No, you're fine. Wait, you said if consciousness is the root of perception, what about imagination? So I feel like consciousness doesn't necessarily mean... It's one of those situations where basically I'm trying to sorry, I know that's the best explanation with what I've been doing, but when we talk about three with the analogy of how all rectangles are square, where am I from? They're making money from those ads. I know. Yeah, they make money off of everybody who I don't know if everybody remembers like the early 2000s and even like late 90s ads on TV, and they were very creative and they would like be very engaging to get customers in. Stream die for anybody else? A stream die? Oh, it's back. I hope not. That might just be your device. Homogeneous and then so. Wait, so you said, so if perception, sorry, let me read that again. So if perception is based on consciousness, consciousness it saw or experience, consciousness saw, experience something to put it into thought, right? And imagination doesn't need consciousness to breathe. I don't think it needs consciousness to breathe, but I think it needs imagination to breathe and to come to life. Thank you. I am listening to Camille Saint-Saëns Piano Concerto No. 2. This is something that I'm practicing at the moment because I'm learning it, but I actually really enjoy listening to this concerto. What about you? What's your thoughts on, I guess, that whole topic, the whole subject of consciousness, perception, and imagination? Curious to know. Can I play an instrument? So I play piano professionally, but I also play clarinet a little bit. And I can play a tiny bit of like percussion instruments and like drums, and I can't really do guitar that much. Kind of stuffy, but that's what I'm feeling at the moment. You know, there's some Bach that I enjoy and appreciate. I think to like listen to, for enjoyment to Bach is not usually my thing. There's some, but Bach is a bit percussive for me. I do enjoy playing some Bach, and it's great for finger independence and building technique. But when I'm just trying to jam out and just enjoy the music and go with the flow, Bach is not it, because you got and Ravel and WZ. I appreciate Ravel and WZ as well too. However, sometimes their music gets a little too muddy and mushy. So some of the earlier romantic periods, I appreciate some of the clarity in the sections. Imagination is connected to our subconsciousness, as it seems like perception and imagination share some resemblance, and perception is the way we see things based on our experiences. I believe imagination could be tied to our deepest desires. I feel like while yes, imagination can be tied to our deepest desires, I also feel like maybe just because my experience going through imagination, you can check out I usually play on my lives actually. So you've caught me on one of my off days of me chit-chatting, which is not normal. But yeah, check out the channel. I do post some shorts and stuff from like the lives, and some of the lives I have public. I would say 80 to 85% of my lives are privated though. And that's more so me being critical of myself as an artist. Um, so most of my practice lives, like 85% of them are on private, even though I've done them. But I would say I usually come on here like once to twice a week, even sometimes 3 times a week, to do like quick practice lives and just playing on stream. But you can check out, I do post like shorts from those lives and stuff that go on. Hence why my camera's inverted on those shorts. I'm surprised your channel's not bigger than what it is. That's because I wasn't active until a little bit more recently, like this year. In the past year, I got more active. I've been sitting in limbo and deciding on what to actually do. I'm gonna turn down this because it's just a long ad, and they're gonna force me to do 45 seconds of ad. So I'm just gonna give them a mute for a second, and then they can play that ad out for the next 30 seconds. Found a piano since a child. Yes. So my mom is a piano teacher as well too, and so I basically had to do it from early age, and I caught on really early, and it was like a natural gift. Like I was playing Rachmaninoff. I first started learning the Rachmaninoff. So the Rachmaninoff prelude, this in C sharp minor. I learned that when I was 12 years old. That was like one of the first larger like repertoires I had learned, and I had learned some other repertoire before that, but I was working on a lot of that type of bigger repertoire around that time. Was doing a lot of solo ensemble competitions. Do I own one? Aren't they expensive? I own 5 pianos. So I have, it's right off camera. I have one there. It's usually Um, I have one off camera off there, but that's the Schimmel, Friedland Schimmel. I have a Yamaha keyboard. I have a Kawai, and I have a Kimball, and then I have a Wurlitzer, and then I have one more. I forget the name of the other one right now. But yeah, I've got a lot of pianos. But 5 is overkill. I don't think it's overkill. I'm just saying. I don't have all of them physically at the same location. So I have 2 here, and then the other 3 are in a different location. Am I collecting them? I am not necessarily collecting them, but sometimes I think about that, like, what's gonna happen if I ever need to downsize or anything. I'm just gonna have all these pianos. I could probably build a fort out of them. I could use it for, I don't know, make a tiny home out of 5 pianos. Build a castle. Yeah. Be a pretty good sturdy You know what, maybe I can make a nice boat out of it. Make a little, call it the Concerto Express or something, I don't know. The Concerto. Make a boat out of my 5 pianos. Live on the piano boat somewhere. They're heavy. They're heavy, but they're also made out of wood, and a lot of the heaviness comes from the iron plate that's to set the strings in it. So as long as I take the iron plates out of it, we should be good to go. Theoretically, just float. I guess we leaving the iron plates. Why are we leaving the iron plates? You trying to get me to sink to the bottom? You're telling me that you're trying to sabotage it. Come on now. I thought we were in this together. You know, we're gonna make a nice piano boat. You know, float down Denial River. Because that means I have a problem in my life if I have to make my pianos into a boat floating down the river of denial. So I'm gonna have to have you float with me. I like your setup. It's cool. Thank you. It's a little sour because I squeezed some fresh lemon juice in it. And it all kind of condensed down at the bottom. So now I'm getting all that tart lemon juice. So we have to leave the iron plates. Dun, 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 dun. That makes me want to listen to. Oh, I forgot that the ad stopped while ago. We're on the second movement. Actually, we're gonna listen. Let's listen to the second movement because as much as I don't like the second movement, I should get more comfortable listening to it and being familiar with it. But this is part of the first movement, the ending. I missed it. Dang it. I accidentally opened Netflix. See, I got too carried away. I started pressing buttons. we're not watching Netflix today. Thank you. Can I go back? Thank you. Let's see. It took me off. It said. I mean, I remember when they used those notes for dramatic scenes in movies. Yeah! It's fantastic. I do want to see this movie, Weapons. There's an ad for that right now, which I do actually want to see that when it comes out. But I'm going to wait a few weeks after it comes out so that after everybody goes and spends their money, then I can wait for some of the reviews to come out. And then if everybody says it's great, go see it, then I can go see it. But if everybody comes back and says it was trash, then I will just say, ahoy matey, I'm a pirate, and just digitally download that to watch at home. You don't recommend that. Why? Recommend.
It's the way dinner on the table brings a family closer together. It's the way we make sure
It's gonna mess with your perception of the movie. Well, I mean, like, I'm not gonna read, like, necessarily reviews, like, spoilers, but it's more of, like, if people say, like, oh, it's just not worth your time to go see it, then cool. Hello. How are you? Thank you for joining. How are you this evening? But still, at the back of your mind, you will have expectations. I feel like anytime that you're going to see a movie, you already have expectations because that's the whole point of previews, is to give you those expectations. But previews are always going to give you an overhyped expectation. You're hanging in there. Why are you just hanging in there? I'm glad you're hanging in there, though. Hang in a little tighter. I'll pull you up. Actually, here's a hand. Grab it. Take it. I'll yank you up. We're gonna pull you together. But someone else's expectations? Well, it's not necessarily somebody else's expectations. It's more of just that previews are always going to, like, bolster the movie in a good way. And so their goal is they want to make back the revenue they put into the movie and more. So they're going to do whatever to advertise it in a nice way to make it seem profitable. And so sometimes I just want to wait to see if, like, you know, if it's going to be worth that to do that, because some films aren't, like, it's just put out for, again, a cash grab. So if it's a cash grab, I don't want to necessarily partake in that, and I don't. It's not necessarily somebody else's expectations. There is just, I think at times with movies, like, if there's sloppy writing and there's sloppy, like, visuals, things like that, and just poor quality going into it, those are things that, like, you know, I don't want to necessarily spend my money on to watch. Someone who's criticizing a movie or a piece is based on their perception if they think it's good or not. I mean, you could say that, and yes, that is, it's to some extent true. But I think for me, it's more of the, again, when it comes to, like, these huge, big, multi-million, billion-dollar companies, frankly, I do watch where my dollar goes a bit more and into what capacity I support. So, I don't know. Some things I get excited for, but I just don't want to, like, again, if it is just like a quick cash grab. Yeah, if it's just like some big companies just throw out films again just to say we're gonna swoop in all these people and we'll give you a poor quality, you know, aftermath, and then you have to suck it up and just deal with it. So I don't like that. I don't think anybody likes that. Yeah, it's greedy. Most of these movies are cash grabs, but that was also what interested in me about that trailer, because it seemed like it might be a different storyline or concept for a film. But that's also why I say I kind of want to see what the reaction is when people go in, because like if it is, people come out and say like it feels like a film that you've pretty much already seen before and it's just a repeat of something that's already happened, then I'm good on it. It's like, you know, I feel like the movie industry did a lot of that. Example, when Bird Box came out and the whole series of films that came out of like, oh, you lose one of your senses essentially. You can't see, you can't smell, you can't hear anything. You gotta walk around and not speak. And that was like the premise of these apocalyptic films for like 2, 3 years. And it was like every film came out with the same premise, and they would just change the sensory deprivation that you had. And I just kind of was like, you know, you're basically making the same film repeat. And it's the same thing with superhero films. For example, I don't usually watch like DC, Marvel. I appreciate the comics. I really do. I like the comics. Sometimes I like looking at the artwork from it as well too. But the films is just predictable, same premise. All the films are basically the same. You can just replace the superhero that's in the film, replace the villain with a different one. You have the same story. Copy paste, put it there. Okay, next film. Basically. So, yeah, I just want to see. I really wish that there was a way. I mean, there is. It's more like it's just more of, again, when we go back to that conversation we were having earlier about perception and people having choice in their life. Um, in a way, we kind of set ourselves up with this situation, at least here in the US, and I would say maybe like in the Western world. We've set ourselves up in a situation where we put ourselves in limited options by just constantly choosing to select certain limited options. Have you created a piece? I have created pieces before, yes. My pieces that I've created, I don't necessarily play on stream. Um, Maybe it's because with the pieces, I feel like they're unfinished, and maybe that's just coming from like the perspective of an artist of thinking your piece is always unfinished. How do you find it when others criticize it? It's the type of criticism, I guess, that I try to look for. So, if somebody is just complaining about like scenes or like specific characters and stuff, then I don't really pay mind to it. But if somebody's criticizing maybe the actual like screenwriting and the actual like footage and consistency of like the plot, um, or if they're questioning the acting that's on screen as well too, things like that, I take that in consideration. So yeah, so I don't try to take, I do try to take it in a way with a grain of salt, and I try to think about where the criticisms may be coming from for a film. Similar like Amazon reviews. I mean, sometimes I'll go on a product on Amazon and maybe it has 3 stars, and then I say, let me click on the reviews to see why it has 3 stars. And sometimes the product itself, you can look at reviews and you'll see like people actually reviewing the product itself, and they're saying, oh, this is like a great product. And then you also have other people on there reviewing like the shipping box that it came in and saying, oh, my box was crushed. And I'm like, that's not really the product's fault, that's more of the delivery service's fault. So then I have to take that in consideration. Okay, this is why maybe this product has 3 stars as opposed to 5 stars, and that doesn't really affect the outcome of the product. So I don't know. Ugh, I'm gonna sit though because I've been standing for so long. and talk to you guys from here. I usually don't like sitting necessarily, though. Shipping box. Oh my gosh. Well, no, like I think it's funny, but I do see like oftentimes like you'll go on to products and it might be something that has nothing to do with the actual product, and somebody will review and complain about something else. And sometimes those complaints are valid, maybe for like the company itself, but then other times again it might not have to do with the product itself. And I just try to take that in consideration. So similar with movies. Hello, and thank you for stopping by. Hope you're having a great evening, Johnny. How are you? So you can take criticism then. I feel like yes, but what is your definition, or what do you perceive criticism to be? How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Oh, I disconnected for a second. Sorry. I'm doing pretty well, thank you. How are you? Sorry, it disconnected for 2 seconds. I also, ooh, let me check too. Quick. Okay, we're good. I wanted to check my battery life as well too, because that's something I want to make sure that my phone doesn't just KO itself. You said, well, the analysis of judgment of the merit and fault of literary and artistic work. You're from Italy? Well, thank you for joining from Italy. I could say, but I think ciao, I was gonna say ciao, but I think ciao is goodbye, and I didn't want to say goodbye. I'd rather say hello. But hello, thank you for joining the stream. I appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, I was like, ciao is. I see. I only know music Italian. Talk to me about Guido and Italian as far as musical terms, and that's all I know. I can talk to you in music expression. And pizza, yeah, maybe cheeses. Cheeses and pasta. Cheeses, pasta, and music. But hey, isn't that like the heart of Italian culture at the same time? Correct me if I'm wrong. Obviously, I'm not Italian. Call me Mario. Hi, how are you? I feel like you walked in it. I just lost track of what I was supposed to be typing in.
Ranger, those are the ones who pay attention to every little detail.
I know.
Because you know the tiniest things make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the offering access to product experts.
I know, I don't think that'll be very helpful for me if I visit Italy. Think I can make it around, just... Bless you too. Thank you for stopping by, Root. would love to visit Italy one day. Rosia? Or Rosia? You can't sit down. No, I can't sit down. I'm not going to be sitting down. I see how I told myself to sit down and that I was going to sit down and I just bounced back up. I don't even recall myself when I stood back up, but somehow I'm back up on my feet. It's not going to happen today. We're not sitting down anytime soon. You're from. I'm Rush. I'm Rosie. When the chat is too far. The chat is honestly sometimes too far when I sit down. Bye. Thank you for stopping by. Take care of yourself. I don't think this is the. Can I? They don't have a piano transcription of it. You literally have to lean in. I'm leaning in because I'm partially blind. So, I don't mean literally as well too, but I do have pretty poor vision. So regardless of necessarily where the stand would be, I would probably have to lean in to read the chat, unfortunately. It's just the chat text is a bit small, and so I don't know what just happened, but something just... Oh, that's what happened. So yeah, the text is sometimes really small. On top of that, I have astigmatism, and so that's also why sometimes I lean in, is because the letters get a little fuzzy, and so I want to make sure I can like clearly see it. And that's also sometimes when you see like squint to read it like that. Do I have glasses? I do have glasses. I just don't like wearing my glasses because they're Coke bottle thick glasses, and I look like a dork. So I wore my glasses once to teach at the school, and my students looked at me and said, I got told that by a literal 7-year-old. Hello, thank you for joining. Welcome. At times, but I can appreciate it. I would say honestly, that's probably most of the criticism that I actually will genuinely take to heart, is when it is actually kids criticizing you. Because I feel like kids are coming from a oh my goodness. Don't curb your blessings by being mean to other people. Network went off for a minute. Yeah, I keep trying to check to make sure mine doesn't just randomly cut off, because it's happened like once or twice that it let me know that it was reconnecting. But hello. Forgiveness was never mine to give. I think you're always forgiven as long as you change your behaviors and you do what you need to do on your end. Forgiveness just is time. But I'm glad you're back, and welcome back, Aaron. Network is bad. No worries. But I appreciate the apology. If I could, I'd give you a nice criminal foul. Boom, 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 boom. Dun, dun. You said I'm so far away. What did you guys have for dinner? Speaking of which, I should put some, not necessarily chicken nuggets, but like chicken bites in the air fryer. Resources. Alright, let's see. Oh, I was supposed to put the open house here. So that way people that are interested in their lessons can stop by. So there's supposed to be an open house. I need to pull up the old newsletter though. Actually, it'd probably be better if I print it. If I print it, that way I don't have to like keep trying to. I don't know why, but I kind of don't like working with having a bunch of like actual tabs open and windows open. If I can. But sometimes it's just necessary to do that. Let's see. I already did that one. That's done. This is what I need to add in there. There we go. No! I was excited about the fist bump back though. I'm sorry you're having such terrible internet connection. You would think that in 2025 we would have. I mean, they did have it for a second, and then people had to be a little debaucherous, which was kind of expected too, but I wish they had just kept it up because it's a great documentation of just human nature. But do you remember when they opened up like that little portal between like New York downtown and they picked like Dublin, Ireland, and they picked like a couple other places to put those like portals where you could like video chat with like people from across the world in like a random city. And then they closed them down. I thought that they should have just left it. They should have left all of those portals and they should have opened up more of them. I'm waiting for the day that we have holograms where it could be like you could holographically. So it's not like a portal like you can go through, but I remember it was like in 2021 slash right around like right after the pandemic. It was like 2021, 2022. It was basically a live stream, big giant screen that they put in New York City, and they put it in a couple like big cities. He said, "How are you?" "I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? Thank you for joining in." And they had put these screen like portal things across in a few different big cities, so that way like people could like see each other from like across the world on like their day-to-day busy life just in a random city. But then people started doing things like in front of the portals, like pulling their pants down and mooning people, or like, you know, streaking, or like saying racist stuff. I think they were saying, like, example, people that were in Ireland were like taking memes of like the Twin Towers and showing it to people like on the US side. US side was showing things like to get Irish people like upset. And then they ended up just closing them down. It's just kind of like, no, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Thanks. But I thought they should have left the portals up regardless. I know they were trying to do it because they were like, this is going to cause World War 3, 4, and 5. But honestly, they should have just put more of them up in more various places so then we could all just see our see our behaviors across the world. I think that would open up a lot more reality for everybody. It's forbidden tech. They just haven't figured out a good way to profit off of it, that's all. They already have the tech out there. We all know that. They have the tech out there. We just haven't figured out a way for mass production profiting. Probably. I remember, like, think of, again, like, even early 2000s cartoons and some of the films where they would like pull out like a makeup compact mirror and open it up, and it would be like a whole cell phone / makeup compact mirror, and it had like Excel on it and stuff. And you just close it. I'm like, where's this cool tech? I want my makeup mirror to just turn into a cell phone out of nowhere, or just like pull up a hologram of XYZ. Or time traveling. No, I don't think we should have time traveling. I think people need to take accountability and learn from their mistakes. But humans like to forget history, and they say if you forget history, you're doomed to repeat it. Hence why we are always on the hamster wheel of cycling our same mistakes. So, I don't think time traveling should exist. Yeah, humans like to rewrite things too. And that also makes you wonder like how much of history has already been rewritten just to appease, somebody else's feelings. So I think we're always constantly finding out that some stuff that we believed to be true wasn't true. So, why I think it's good to also just not have expectations of things. I didn't believe what I was taught when I was getting taught at going through school. I still went through the process, but, it's just kind of like, I don't know. Some things that you learn in school are great for practicality, but other things you learn, it's just kind of like, it feels like they're trying to coach you into what your experience needs to be in life and coach you how you should react to experiences in life. And I'm like, I don't share this sentiment with how my life is gone. But how did you know so young? I don't know. I really don't know. But I was a weird kid growing up. And, not necessarily that I didn't have friends growing up, but I didn't really have a lot of friends growing up. I kind of was one of the smart kids that just did really well for, I don't know why. It's not like the stuff, I knew what the stuff was. It just weirdly made sense to me, and I just went about it. Not one of a kind. I don't like to think of it that way. I just, sometimes my brain functions a little weird, and I don't know how to explain it, so. But yeah, some things early on I just saw, I didn't know how to explain it. Maybe I just observed it. I didn't really talk much. I wasn't mute as a kid, but I really didn't talk a lot as a kid. It was very hard to get words out of me. You are rare, I believe. But rarity is perspective, It's all a matter of perspective. I think I'm common if you look in the right places. Especially in today's world. You just gotta go looking in the right places. If you go looking for debauchery, and I think social media and sometimes the algorithm can do a terrible job of showing us the things that make us believe stuff is more terrible than it is. Hello from Italy. Thank you so much for joining and stopping in. I hope you're doing well. Hello, thank you. How are you? Can I skip the ad? I can skip the ad now. Yes. Did you learn how to say hi in Italy now? It says ciao. Ciao is ciao just hello and goodbye. Yeah, it is hello and goodbye. Ciao. Or is it ciao, xiao, ciao? Or would you say something else in place of hello? I also feel like so I wasn't wrong earlier when I did say ciao, apparently. I was thinking ciao was just goodbye, but apparently if it's hello and goodbye, then what is this? The lark? Nope, it's Camille Saint-Saëns. We're listening to the Egyptian. Pretty confusing. I think it can be, but I do appreciate sometimes the simplicity of some other languages because English can be very, I feel like English is very confusing. Because with English, it's more of like the placement of your word in the structure of the sentence versus the words themselves in the context of how it's used. Versus some languages, it's just the words themselves hold the meaning. That's what makes English hard. I have no idea what that comment says, but I thank you. I appreciate it. Yes. I thank you so much. I appreciate it. Popular burger joint is opening. You know, I'm really getting sick of fast food places opening up and restaurants opening up low key. We need more recreational entertainment. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sergeant. Sarge. English has so many words to use compared to others, but I think that's also what makes it hard because English is a context-based language. So, sure, you have a lot of different words you can use and pick from, but you almost like have to pick the right words out in the correct sequence for it to make sense. Versus, again, some other ones don't rely so much on sentence structure. So, just the words themselves get you by what you need, and so you don't have to have as many faux pas. I thanks. Hope everybody's having a great day, evening, wherever you're at in the world. And I hope that life is giving you peace and balance and prosperity. The reason why I say like that gets tricky, it's with context base, is because example, if you take in like our current climate here, everybody gets so nitpicky on context, and so people get emotional based on that context. And then they can't piece together what you're just saying and just using the words to say, like, you know. So, I don't know. That's why I think English can be hard for some people. And that's also why, again, I still like giving people a lot of grace because, just like you said, some people, they have a limited amount of language that they understand or that they just have learned. And maybe they've only learned certain ways to communicate, and that's just the way of expression that they are used to. And so I'm not going to get upset with somebody when that's just all they know. Also, we have preconceived notions about certain phrases and words already. That too, um, that's also something that like slightly bothers me just because again, words have transformed and they've down through time had different meaning. So I really do think it should be based on how the person uses it and the tone and the overall language of how the person's expressing themselves. But most people don't really take that into account. They just kind of take the words with a grain of salt, with, you know. the words at face value. I like this, but it's a little tense right now. Schumann's doing it though. I appreciate Schumann. Caravan Palace? You know, I might switch over to some electronic music. Let's see how this feels. I know this isn't copyrighted, but letting go of preconceived notions take time. I don't think anybody can ever let go of preconceived notions, because preconceived notion is just how you go through life. I think preconceived notion is baked into kind of your instincts as well too. But I do think your preconceived notions can morph and they can be changed. And then that gives you a little bit more flexibility on, I guess, analyzing different situations versus it being a gut reaction to just jump in and react. Letting go. But everybody, I think people can let go of perceived, notions, preconceived notions, when they go through life taking it as a learning experience, and when they put themselves in more opportunities to learn. This was a switch from classical. I should start trying to print out some of the stuff for the books. What are some preconceived notions that you've had a hard time letting go of, I guess? That would be cool to know. What are some preconceived notions that maybe you, the viewers, have in just general life that maybe you find hard to let go? Hello, thank you for joining in. Or what are there maybe things that you're afraid to try or explore in life because you have preconceived notions about it? Oh boy. You're afraid of falling? Have you fallen a bunch of times? Or is there a moment in your life where you maybe had a really bad fall? And the shame that comes with failure when others know. No failure. Who's to say you failed at something other than yourself? I mean, if you're giving people the power to determine whether or not it was something you failed, then that's something maybe you have to look inwardly at. Because there's moments where I could tell myself maybe I didn't do my best at it. Hello. My support structure and loved ones. Well, then maybe that's not a support structure and those don't sound necessarily like loved ones when they're telling you that you're a failure. Because I think failure exists when you don't try. It's hard to say that somebody's a failure when they're actually putting an effort in trying. I don't think anybody should ever consider themselves a failure in that sense, let's try jazz. Because frankly, if you listen to other people telling you that you're a failure and you're believing that, again, you're allowing other people to kind of control the narrative of your life. And if you take that and believe it and run with it, then that's a little sad. It's kind of like, why would you let other people's perception of how they believe your life to be to drive and determine your life? I mean, a support system and loved ones are exactly that. They're support. So if they're telling you that you're a failure and that they're in the end not supporting you, then you can't really call them a support system. So maybe it's time to surround yourself with an actual legitimate support system. But I think sometimes too we have to take in consideration what support looks like. We forget the little things that are truly genuinely support. Because support doesn't always have to be loud and expressive, and it doesn't always have to be this big display of swooping in and white knighting, saving somebody. Sometimes support could just be somebody simply, maybe they're just choosing you as their go-to. So, example, I have a lot of people who choose me as their piano teacher. And I don't expect people to choose me as their piano teacher. I think that there's absolutely other fabulous teachers out there. I think there's absolutely fabulous players out there and musicians. But I'm very grateful when they do choose me as their teacher. And I do take that as that's a type of support in my life. And I don't try to overlook that. Even if things feel a little bit down, I'm so appreciative of those that are around, and I consider that to be supportive when they actively decide to continue to stay and be consistent. And regardless if, they don't have to do a ton of big display of stuff, but it's just, hey, I feel supported, like you're still there. You know? Sometimes neighbors are supportive. Nice California accent. I don't have a California accent, but again, funny thing about perceptions. Do you surround yourself around people that have California accents? I see a bunch of stickers. Hello. I like all the stickers. There's a lot of them. I appreciate it. This music is actually pretty nice this evening. I like jazz sometimes, but we will always come back to the topic of perception. I know. Everything is perception. Everything. But I think, they say human experience is a shared perception. But maybe, am I from New York? I am not from New York. What's with these big cities, coastal cities? You went from California to the complete opposite end. See, that's why do we always pendulum swing from one side to the other? We gotta find a middle ground. Find a middle somewhere in the middle. Do you ever fly outside the US? I've been outside the US plenty of times. I think it's wonderful to travel and to go outside and see other places. You've never been inside the US. Well, I would hope that you would have an opportunity to visit one day. I think the US is a great country. And I do think that there's many different places and beautiful parts to see because it's diverse. But you could say that for the entire world. I think there's a lot of different beautiful places in the world as well too. But I hope, a lot of people are able to have that discovery and go see. Most Americans I know never leave. Um, yes, most Americans never leave, as far as like living and as far as traveling, which is a little bit sad, but I can also slightly understand why, just because of how big the country itself is and because of how diverse it is going from state to state. So sometimes people feel like that's enough travel, but I do think a lot of Americans would benefit from international travel to get cultural experience of different places and understanding how the rest of the world functions. This is definitely not jazz, but this is on a jazz playlist. Like, I'm so serious right now. You hear this? This is definitely not jazz, but this is a jazz playlist. It says jazz, relax. I'm a little disappointed. We're going to different playlists. We're gonna listen to classical for when you're slowly going insane, because I'm already insane, so we're already there. Good night. Let me catch some sleep. Yes. Take care. Thank you so much for joining in. It was very fun to chit chat with you as well too. And take care of yourself. Get some sleep. Make sure you brush your teeth before you go to bed too.
That's a spa treatment, not a detoxification or a cleanse. Putting castor oil on your stomach, wrapping it up with a warm compress. It feels.
You said, how many countries have I been to? I've been to more than 3, less than 7. So a few. More than 3, less than 7. Would like to do some more international travel, but I would like to go to New Zealand, and I would like to go to Japan, and I also would like to go to Italy, and also maybe Brazil. I feel like Brazil would be a really cool experience. Hello, thank you for stopping by. Thank you so much. How are you? You said I was just in Brazil. It's amazing. Oh yeah, tell me a little. I wish human language as far as spoken language than like musical language. Music language speaks with me so much more. But I really wish physical spoken language stuck to me a bit more, because I did study French and I studied Korean and I studied some Spanish and I studied some Italian when I was younger. And I used to be able to at least somewhat efficiently speak French. I did try a little bit of Arabic, but that was so hard. Arabic was very hard to learn, so I went back to the other ones. But I think just not having the opportunity to use it and practice and talk with others speaking the same language made it very difficult to like hold on to it. You look like Haley Berry from X-Men. Not even twins, not even sisters. We're not even cousins. We're not even on a basic words. Most people speak English to a part. Yes, but respectfully at the same time, I try when I travel to at least learn some of the native language before going and not just relying on everybody speaking English. Storm, thank you. I know. Maybe I might be Storm, but I don't think I have enough muscle for Storm. I gotta be like, maybe I got a little bit. I got a little bicepy. Just a little bump. This one's got nothing. My left is weak. I need a little bit more muscle to be Storm, and then I need the lightning bolt superpowers. I can like cast storm clouds. Um, Message retracted, redacted, retracted. Don't retract your messages. Why do people do this? I appreciate people that are brazen with their comments. The hair is real. The hair is real, yes. I don't know what you mean or implying by that, but something is about to fall. What is about to fall? Okay, I have stuff falling in my book bag. That's what I need to add to this. However, why do I do this to myself? No. Sometimes I forget I download things too soon before I can actually like copy and paste stuff over. Now I can't copy and paste that over. I'm gonna have to type that all out. I don't want to type it out. That's no fun. But let me put that on there. Oh, I also need to add that onto the calendar. That's something else to do. We're staying up anyway until I get my work done. That's what this whole stream is for. When I finish my work, then I can actually go to bed. But at some point, I probably will at least walk the pup because she's been doing really well. She's taking a little nap over there on the sofa. My name is Sumit. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Sumit. And thank you for joining the live stream. I've heard there are many homeless in the US. I think there is pain, suffering, and homeless everywhere you go. Any place you go on this planet, you're going to find homeless. You're going to find people that are on drugs. Anywhere on this planet you'll go, you'll find people that are suffering and misery. But you'll also find people living, normal, conventional lives as well, too. So it just depends on where you place yourself. If you go looking for those things, you'll surely find it. But you can always choose to surround yourself and pull yourself away from it. But that's the reality of it. You're doing work also. Yes, I'm doing work also at the same time. I've got some stuff to try to get done tonight, and not that I didn't want to get it done, but I also wanted to talk as I go and not just sit and stare at a screen. Burn my retinas out. Okay, I just need to do one thing on here, and that's pretty easy. I've seen so much dramatic footage from San Francisco. Yeah, you can find dramatic footage of anything. Some things can be overhyped. Media does that. Media's job is to draw in attention and drama. People like seeing drama, and nobody's going to pay attention if it's not super dramatic, So, of course, they're going to try to get the most dramatic angle of whatever a situation is that they can and advertise it. And there can be some realities to it, but at the same time, I think media sensationalizes situations and puts people in a bubble of not wanting to go outside because they believe harm will be done living in the real world. But, again, you'll find what you're looking for. If you go out and you look for drama and you look for problematic places and you look for that, homelessness and, crime and drugs, you'll find it. Sure, it exists. We're going to add to the calendar. There's an open house going on later. And it's for people to come in and try out free music lessons. Open house, and that is the 20, that last week there. Through this is 2 weeks of it. Why did I make it 2 weeks? Sometimes my decision making is not always that clear on some things, but that's okay. We're gonna start that at noon, 12. I'm gonna listen to some Libertango, it sounds like. Dun, 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 dun. We're gonna end that September 6th at, let's do 1 p.m. Oh, hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining the live stream and stopping to say hi. Oh boy, please don't do, location, there we go. Okay. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, it's doing the thing again. Doesn't want to save my work. It did save it. It did. Oh boy, oh boy. Maybe? No, it did not. That's okay. I got it. We'll redo that. Event starts August 25th at noon, and it ends September 6th at 1. Okay? Start date is set. End date is September 6th. Come on. At 1 o'clock p.m. Back, and we'll save that. Perfect. You can add in ooh, that might be a good idea. I can just crop that. What types of styles of music, I guess, blah blah. What styles and types of music do you like to listen to? And that you enjoy? We're gonna save a copy. Save copy. And then can I make that a little better? Yes. Let's make the quality a little better, please. Perfect. Oops. Nope. It said nope. Oh, that's the first yawn of the evening. That's not a good sign. If I start yawning, that means I'm gonna start getting sleepy here soon. Where is it? Oh, there's an auto? Oh, there's an auto. Save. Okay. Add an image. Let's put that there. Perfect. In Rio, we went to festivals, took a helicopter around the Christ Redeemer, and stayed JW in Obama. That is pretty cool. Yeah, I would like to go. Am I doing work for uni or no? So I own a small scale music school, and so I'm doing work for my business as far as that, and it's this first of the month. I have some certain classes and workshops and events coming up, in August, and so I need to send out all of like the email flyers and stuff and contact school districts and all of that other stuff and work with them. So I'm trying to get that done tonight. I also have to print off some like studio books and like materials to restock all of the shelves and whatnot at the school. So I'm doing all of that kind of tonight. Updating the calendar. Like there's an open house for classes towards the end of the month, so people can come in and try out just free classes, and that way too they can figure out like if they're interested in music classes, if we're a good fit, like if the instructors that I have available are good fits for them. So yeah, I just want to be able to get ahead on all of that and make sure that I'm doing that back end stuff, and so I'm gonna stay up to do it. Hello. Thank you for stopping by again. Welcome back. Thank you so much. What do you guys do for work, and or what do you guys do for, I guess, passion rather than work? What is your passion in life? What do you focus your time on and spend your energy doing? Good morning to you, Johnny. It is late in the evening here. It's 11:26 p.m. or I could say 23:26. Hour 23:26. It's about to be 24. Hour 24 in a second. But because it is late, I am gonna turn you guys around for a second so I can put some chicken bites in my air fryer. Actually, we're just gonna throw it in the air fryer and come back to you guys. Hold on. We're doing a late night snack. Oh, 4:27. Why are you guys up this late? I guess I can't complain because I'm a night owl as well too. We just made some wings and sweet potato fries in the air fryer not long ago. Yeah, I'm just gonna make some quick like chicken bite things. I kind of wish I had some potato chips, but I also wish, I'm glad I don't have potato chips because they're terrible for me and I've been eating a lot of them lately. But I figured chicken bites is protein, and that's better for me than eating chips all night. I don't want to type this. Is there an easier way that I can... Yes? No? Is that gonna work on here? That is not gonna work on here. Actually, can I do that? Nope. Because you guys are on the phone. I was gonna say, I can use my phone to do it. I can do it from my phone, but you guys are on the phone. So... I have no clue what that says, but I appreciate it. And I can't translate at the moment. But thank you. Wings sound great right now, too. Whew. That's the second yawn of the evening. I can't have this. I knew once the first yawn started, they were going to start rolling in a little bit sooner intervals. That's not a good sign. Who or what got you into music? My mom. My mom was a piano teacher, so basically it was kind of inevitable from me growing up. I had to be involved in music in some way, shape, or form. That's inappropriate yawning. John Smith, are you starting again? Play King Von. I'm not playing King Von. You're welcome to play King Von in your own stream and then on your own time. Don't redact your messages either. It's not. Don't do that. You have to stand by your words. You know, if you put it on the internet, it's forever. I'm gonna add some more water to this. It's a little sour. Oh, that was delicious. Can I do it from here? That'll make my life a little easier. It's not. Nope, I can't do it. So what state are you from? California. I am not from California. I am from this state. So I am not from Ohio. Probably living in Missouri. It sounds like you're speaking from experience, John Smith. Ohio would be, what is it, this? Ohio's this. Or like this more so. That's all. So what's that sign language? It is not sign language. I inexplicably told you the state I'm from. Ranger for the ones who get it done. Skip. Thanks. What is this? I hit skip, but they gave me another ad. I am not from Hawaii, but I do go to Hawaii fairly frequently. I'm a frequent flyer of Hawaii, but I do not live in Hawaii. Actually, that probably would be a good... I should post... A long time ago I posted some nature shorts, but honestly I should probably post some more like shorts of like some of the trips and places I've been to. Kind of state rhymes with hand or palm. It doesn't rhyme with it. Oh, they can do an AI thing? Florida. I don't... Do I get Florida energy? I feel like I don't have Florida knacks. So like sometimes that's why I'm curious, like when people guess where I'm from, sometimes I can see the California thing just because, not that I talk a little bit slower, I don't feel like I talk California slow, but maybe because it's a little bit more clear and I do have vocal fry a little bit sometimes. I don't feel like I have Florida energy. I don't think I give off Florida culture energy. And I also don't feel like I give off New York energy either. So it's curious to me just because nobody ever guesses the state I'm from. And then when I tell people the state I'm from, nobody ever thinks I seem like I'm from that state. I'm like, I don't know what else to tell you. Oh, those look delicious, phenomenal. I'm lost. I guess you're gonna be lost. I'm so sorry. I can't pull you out the woods this time. But I guess what you can do is look at the timestamp, or at least a few minutes before this timestamp, and after I end this live later, in a couple days, come back and just check and see what it is. You can go back to the hint I gave you, and then try to figure it out from there. I don't know. I feel like a raccoon right now just because I'm waiting on the chicken bites to come out, so I'm like I get excited when I see some food getting ready to come out sometimes. Okay, I'm updating the website right now, so I did get a good chunk of the newsletter done. I'm not going to finalize the newsletter just because I want to get a clearance out before I send it off. Send it off to one other person before I send it out to everybody. But I can update the website. Let's see if this works. So free trial classes. Piano. Okay, let's try it and see. Those should be done. Actually, that was helpful. Okay. I try to usually write out my own stuff instead of using like AI or using stuff like that. But for this one, I did decide to just use the AI explanation of it. I'm going to tweak it a little bit, but I think that was fairly good enough reduction of what I needed. We're getting chicken bites. We've got chicken bites. Need them to cool down a little bit. We got chicken bites. Who wants a piece? I'm willing to share. That's all we're eating for this late night evening. I'm just knocking stuff over. Sorry, I was coming to read that. Grandma's got to lean in closer. All right, your state, north or south? Maine. Maine is like on the butt of the whale, right? America looks like a whale, and it's on the butt, the tail of it. I'm not from Maine. The chicken's not bad. Typically, I don't really like breaded, like chicken bites and stuff like this. But this one, thankfully, the breading isn't super thick on it. But I do think that they over-salted these a little bit. They're a little salty. Nothing against that, but you know, I'd rather get something and it be a little bland, under-seasoned than over-seasoned, because then I can add more seasoning versus take it away. But to get me through this evening, fantastic. 10 out of 11. Because I never give 100%. Oh, we're back to this piece. Oh, I gotta put a date on there. Okay. I put September, yeah. What? And I've got to be strong, just keep pushing on. Yeah. Absolutely. I think that's everybody's goal, and that should be everybody's duty, is you have to be a testament for tomorrow. And you have to be a testament to surviving the day before. There's always going to be another mountain, but knowing that the last mountain didn't kill you gives you a certain level of reassurance that you have the strength to make it through the next mountain. Mm. I do want to make it more. So there's always going to be an uphill battle. Right, but what is this life worth if you're not always growing and finding solutions to new problems and figuring out new puzzle pieces? Isn't that what some of the meaning of life is, and discovery, and that's what keeps us interested to keep going, is that level of discovery and uncertainty, and not knowing what the next thing holds, but knowing that you have enough, and enough knowledge and enough level of intellect and gifts that you're given to just go through the next situation. Sometimes I'm gonna have to lose. Absolutely. Losing is part of the learning process, and if we never lose, then what do you learn? And losing shouldn't be seen as, if I lost, then I gained nothing. Sometimes there's purpose in just losing. Losing helps develop that purpose and give you something to want to gain. And it gives you a drive of something to desire to achieve. It also lets you know maybe where you misstepped when you failed. Then you just have to take a pause and analyze where you went wrong. Try again. The only people who criticize are people who've never done it themselves and too afraid to try it for themselves. So always just take that step and go for it. It's the climb. It's always about the climb and the journey that you take to get there along the way. But also remember the things that you learn along the journey and how you affect those on the journey as well too. Sometimes we get caught up in maybe the emotions of a step that's on our journey. We forget to look around at the things that are there with us or the people that are there with us. There's moments, example in my journey as well too, that maybe I was having a step where I was feeling a lot of falters and I was feeling unsure of myself and insecure. And maybe I did take it out on the people around me and I had to learn from that mistake. But I also couldn't hold on to that, can't hold on to that feeling. I have to forgive myself and know that inwardly I changed and inwardly I looked for that learning and discovery, but I still have to go on to the next step and then take that with me. You should definitely set a date to visit Japan. I'll go to it next year. Yeah, I would like to, but I feel like Japan would be a trip that I would like to go with either a group of friends or with, family or with somebody else versus it being a trip by myself. And most of the trips that I've taken have been solo trips. And solo trips are fine. I like solo trips. But I don't know, like traveling as far as like East Asia to do solo seems a little too scary for me in the sense of it's more risk than reward in that sense. Just yes, there's people that do it and they're fine doing it. But it seems so much more risky for me to go by myself and not knowing the language, not knowing, enough to then feel safe enough. But maybe I could be wrong. Let me know if you've had travel experiences that differ and you feel like I've traveled here and, you know, there by myself and felt fine. There's some places I feel somewhat okay and more secure, like traveling by myself, and there's other places where I'm like, no, like I have to go with other people or with a partner or something like that. I think this sounds good. That sounds good. Options. I would like to feature this. There we go. I wonder if I can feature two things at once. I should be able to feature two things at once. I'm gonna check it though. Sorry, Grandma's gotta lean in because I can't see and read comments. Yeah, Asia isn't bad as terms of safety, especially Japan, but going alone itself isn't that fun, definitely. Yeah. I think, too, with some solo trips, I think places that I've gone more so for solo, not that there was necessarily like, it was areas that were remote or anything like that, but I did go more for like landscape and not being super close to like a huge city type of thing. I mean, I did visit London for a little bit, but then I only stayed in London for like 2 days and then went to stay out near Oxford University for a while. And that was a lot of fun because I felt like being out near Oxford University was so peaceful, kind of quiet. I thought everybody was so friendly there. London was opposite. Like, I kind of felt like a lot of people were snobby and stuck up in London, and I didn't care for the atmosphere. But I thought the architecture and walking around London was a great experience. And I love seeing all of that and then trying different restaurants, things. But some of the people, the air about the people was a little unpleasant, shall we say. I can't read. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping in as well too. I appreciate the comment. This is a little loud. Oh my goodness. I hope everybody's having a good day still. Or evening. Oh my gosh, I can't see that from here. London is, yes. And I'm from the UK and Scotland's way better. I have heard that and I would like to visit as well too. I think now it's been more of just finding timing, but just seeing a lot of landscape and places I would like to visit there or and/or hike has been. It's been on my list for sure. Maybe not at the top of my list, but it's one of those maybe bucket list places for sure I would love to see. Yeah, I'm gonna allow comments on there. Why not? I'm gonna publish it. Okay, back. Save. Oops. Why did I do that? I forgot to put a title on a post that I just published. It's gonna come in the summer. because winter is cold. Well, yes. But what about fall? Like right before winter time. X amp, have a chicken bite. You might be a little hungry. And I don't mean that inappropriately. I just mean you kind of came into my stream with a political statement. And you didn't stop and say hello. Or to figure out what's going on. So, I'm going to feed you a chicken bite. Clear your head a little bit. Drink some water. Okay. After Halloween, I guarantee it's really cold before Halloween is fine, mostly. Yeah, it's similar climate here, where I'm from. But I know here I enjoy the fall because of the changing of the leaves and the coloring and all of that stuff that happens. However, it's just unfortunate because I know what's coming next, and that's a lot of snowfall and winter, which is not as pleasant and not as fun, but I understand it's necessary to then appreciate the next part of it, but I do. I do like fall. I like the late part of spring when all the flowers are kind of blooming and all like the baby birds are hatching, and you start seeing the hatchlings of baby ducks and stuff, the late part of spring. And I love the late part of summer, beginning of fall, when the colors just kind of turn on a good portion of the trees, but they haven't like fallen off or anything yet. And then it's still pretty warm where you can just put on like a light sweater. Yeah, best time of year. Okay. Content. Date. Time. Where can I put the name? It's not letting me put the name. Options. Hello? SEO, can I... Title? This is not... I don't think that'll change it though, if it do it this way. Please? Can I save that and then try? Okay. That didn't work. Can I do it from here? Settings? Like that? Hello, you said WSP? I don't know what that means. What's up, maybe? I don't know. Like that in Japan. Cherry blossom leaves fall. Yeah. Absolutely. Ooh! Great, I can fix it. No, I can't fix it. That's not what I was trying to do. I've hit a conundrum. What is this doing? Please don't do this right now. Please don't do this to me right now. Come on. Not too much. I'm just doing some late evening work. What's up with you? This is not the one I want. I need this to go away. Delete that. Yes, please. This one, I need to edit. Settings. Can I fix it? Content. Why is it not letting me change the name of this? That is a problem. Because I'm genuinely not trying to rewrite this whole post just because I can't. You got a boyfriend. I do not have a boyfriend, but that does not mean that I'm looking for one. Hello, I appreciate you stopping in. It's not letting me change the name. This is so... What? What did I do wrong? Come on. Can I do it here? You know what? We're gonna do this from the actual app and see if that works. Because sometimes the app works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm not trying to have problems this late in the night. How is your experience so far? Not that great, honestly. Okay. Okay. Settings. Can I please? No, that's not what I want to do. That's not what I'm trying to do. I don't know how to fix this. It's literally just not even allowing me to change the title. Not even from the settings, not from the page itself, not for anything. I guess they just said, you're just... Do I have to pause it? Can I do it this way? Okay, we'll go back. News review, options, back, content. I can't change the name. I'm 2 seconds away from just taking you guys upstairs to my keyboard and just practicing so I can crash out up there, because this is not what I wanted to happen right now. Okay, we're gonna have a crash out practice session because I don't understand what happened. I do not partake in Instagram. But you should catch some sleep. And I will be on here later in the week. I'm going to be upstairs for a minute. I'm going to take my keyboard up or my phone up there and do a little bit of practice. I didn't print off what I needed to print off. I did do the website update. I did not finish the newsletter, but I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to do some practice. And then, actually, before I go do that, I'm going to load the dishwasher down here with you guys. So then that way I don't have to do dishes in the morning. Because who likes doing dishes in the morning? Not me. Let's see. I'm going to turn you guys. This way instead. Okay. Lights. A little bit more light, I guess. We're gonna load up the dishes and then take you guys upstairs so I can go do some work on the actual keyboard there. So I'm not gonna be any further productive down here at all this evening. Alright, take care of yourself if you are going to bed. Welcome back. Thanks for joining. How are you this evening? Little food bits at the bottom of the sink. I'm doing okay. That was some... Wait, what? Maybe see you on YouTube. Thank you. Appreciate you stopping in. Take care of yourself. And I'm not doing too bad. I'm just trying to make it through this evening. Yeah, I am at this point somewhat procrastinating, but I am getting some stuff done. What do you have going on this evening that you have to get done? Too much in here. Kind of gross. Okay. I'm satisfied with that amount, so that way I can run it and then empty it in the morning. I put it on, like, not max setting because that takes a while, but okay. We're gonna run the dishwasher and let's go upstairs and get some practice in. And you guys can tell me if I am sucking enough to just go to bed and call it a night. But honestly, sometimes that happens. I have some practice sessions that just... You watched a show. What show are you watching? Sorry, I didn't see that for a second. Okay. Tissue. Let me take you guys with me. We're gonna go upstairs and make some pretty, hopefully some pretty music sounds. And if not, then we'll come back downstairs and print off things that need to be printed for work. But let me take you guys up with me. Let me unplug you. And I should, oh, I got full battery. Nice, I'm juiced up. We're juicy. Let's go, guys. Teamwork makes the dream work. I'm dropping stuff. Thank you. Sorry, I know I'm a little shaky right now because I'm moving, you guys, but I'll be stationary in a second. Let me take my bookie bag. And the tablet can come too, because the tablet has some sheet music on it. Let's try not to fall up the stairs. Okay, this is a little risky. Okay, good. Good. Ooh. We're on a journey. Let's take... Swoosh, here we are. We're at Destination Music Town, Jam Town. Let's cook in the kitchen, but not the kitchen downstairs. The kitchen to make beats in. I don't know. What am I talking about right now? Outside? Do you want to go outside? Okay. Hold on. I lied to you guys. I'm sorry. 2 seconds. I gotta take this sweet girl outside right quick. But you guys are gonna come with me. And she is saying that she's just gonna be a moment. And then you guys get to see her for a little bit. This is Papa Chow time. Come on, Papa. You ready, sweet girl? Are you ready? Ready, steady? I'm gonna put dog cam on. Here we go. Ready, doggo? Yes. Let's go. Psst. Come on, doggo. She said potty break, potty time. I have to be a little quiet just because it's inside. Go inside. Inside the house, girl. Go in. Good job. Sweet job. Cool. Let's go. Inside. Go back. Inside, lay. Good girl. I know, I got 2 besties. Let me grab the orange one. Scoop! Come here, boy. Let's go. Yoink. I got the kitty. Let's go. Hi, sweet stinky. Sweet stinky boy. And we'll plop you there. And we'll plop ourselves here. Let me see. You guys see? Kind of. I could bring you guys a little lower, I guess, but I'm just gonna do that. That works, right? Okay. Here we go. Let me shut this so we have a little bit more peace and quiet. The cat is in the room. The dog is not. Sorry, my dog started scratching herself, but she's so loud with that. I was like, what was that? Hi, girl. You coming in? You coming in too? Come, you can come sit a little closer. Here you go. You want to come sit? Oh, I didn't mean come sit on my lap. Come close. You can say hi to everybody, though. Oh, you pull. Oh, big hugs. Big hugs. Okay, get down. Get down. Not right now. I'm not. No, we're not gonna play with the laser right now. But go sit down for a little bit, and I can do laser play after. I can't see it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm messing up though. Hold on. I should practice Camille Saint-Saëns. I would like to get through the Alkin, the woo, I say woo etude, but the Alkin etude, the Opus etude, I'd like to get through that one. And the one in G major, at least from memory. I'm going to try that first, because those are the two newest ones that I've been trying to memorize. And then I'm actually going to try the Saint-Saëns Concerto from memory. But I just want to see how far I can get with it. I'll go a little bit slower first just to see, but I will spot there. So it's right in there that I lose that memory, but that's a little further than I did the other day. Let's see if I can go faster though. I like going faster. Faster. I wasn't anticipating making it that far, actually. I thought I was going to stop at the same spot last time. But had some juice in me. So that was further than the first time. So I'm somewhat impressed. Let's try the G major one. I'm gonna have to work on solidifying that memory a little bit more. But for 2 seconds, and I zoned out and got kind of on the groove. Hello. I play Turkish March a little bit. Yes, I can play Turkish March. Or do you mean Turca all around them or the Turkish March? The Turkish March is the... That's the Turkish March. Do you mean the Turca all aroundo? It's been a minute since... I guess...
This is as far as I can get from memory, but I guess not bad. I haven't played that in a long while. Thought it just did a long time ago. Hello, how are you? I don't know what's going on in the chat. I scrolled up. I maybe scrolled up too far. Maybe it's good I missed some things in the chat. I don't know what's happening. But let's go on to the next thing. Let's try some Chicago. Tchaikovsky. Barcarolle, which is a boat song. Both songs should sound like water and some other stuff. Let's try.
today. Not too terrible for cider eating going through. Let's try again. I think the second playthrough is always better. Always, can you play Bach? Can you play any Bach? I can play some Bach, it just depends. Some of it I don't have memorized, like the... That's a Bach. Offhand, can't remember that one. The Preludium, this one is fine usually. That's uneven right now, but like this one. There's that, and then of course the fugue with it. That's another Bach. There's of course like the Bach minuets, all of that stuff. But offhand, No, if you plop the sheet music in front of me, I'm good as peachy pie. A lot of Bach I don't necessarily memorize, except for I hear some Bach in the background. I think you called it. Knock on wood. The fugue is playing downstairs. Yeah, the D minor. I used to have the sheet music for this one somewhere. I'm not going to play it tonight because that's an intense one right now to do, but I should actually lower the volume on the one downstairs. Actually, no, because the way the TV is set up, it has it so it doesn't project. It's going to be louder in here than it is down there outside, I guess. That should be fine. Okay, we're going to try a piece of music. Let's see. I see some Tchaikovsky here. I did say I was going to do the Camille Singh songs again. Let me try it from the tablet and see if that works. Okay, here we go, Camille Singh song. I'm going to close the door a little bit so I can confine the sound to this room. I know I'm going to struggle on some of the arpeggiations, but that's okay. My energy is low. I'm going to try one of them. Okay, that wasn't as bad as what it's been earlier in the week. But that's fine on its own. I gotta be able to do that when I'm doing other stuff. That's not super quick. Let's try it as they do. section, but that's okay. I'll work on it a little later this weekend. Back to here. 3, 2, 3, and 5. Not as smooth as the ending, but that's okay. Wait, what's the time? All right. Realistically, oh my gosh, I should actually try to have a piece of your hands. Camille, say song. It's the concerto number 2, and in D minor, or not D, and G minor. First movement is in G minor. It's in D minor. It's concerto number 2, piano concerto number 2. But yes, I think he said I play rock. I have some rock on enough. I could play. Sorry, and I'm also trying to catch up on what everybody else was saying. Which rock bottom enough do you want to hear music? Yeah, he didn't say, but that's okay. Turkish March, nice sleep. But I think that might be enough for this evening. I'm gonna call it a night because this has been probably the longest stream that I think I've done this whole time. But it is like 2 in the morning here, so I'm gonna call it a night. But thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it, genuinely. Yes, it is a great concerto. I love it. Trying to finish learning it. I started it. Technically, I started this in May of trying to learn it, but I started taking a little bit more seriously last month in June, like second half of June. So now I'm trying to focus in and finish learning it. But thank you so much for tuning in. I'll probably be in again this weekend sometime for a live stream. But otherwise, you guys take care of yourselves. Have a great evening and or day wherever you're at, and stay cool. Have a good evening. Goodbye.